Keep forgetting I have to fix this up every time I change a different radar site here. Alright. There we go. How is everyone doing? Hope you all are alright. Hope you all are well. This is going to be a conditional threat here. Storms are developing, but the thing is, if we can get this cap to fully break and have these mature, there is a chance that we could see some violent tornadoes here. Hey, amputee. So this is a really intriguing environment that we have here. But it's not one that holds any sort of promises here. Some would even say that this had parameters to that of a moderate risk, especially with the threat for tornadoes. But in this situation here, like I said, the cap is strong. I do expect it to break. The question is, will these storms begin to mature as we get later into the evening here? Not really sure to expect for the stream duration either. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out here. I'll at least be live for a good 3 to 4 hours. And then of course we got to get ready for tomorrow too. Tomorrow is expected to be a pretty big day as well. Which also leads me to my next voting poll question here. Yes, tomorrow should be hot. Like, long day. That might be for the best, to be honest. Not doubting your ability, but sometimes it's better to err on the side of safety. Big days like that often can be very dangerous. We've seen what they can do before. So, if you were to choose not to chase tomorrow, then I wouldn't blame you at all. It's also going to be an environment where storms are moving really fast too, so get sketched. Oh, you'll be in the basement with the fan. Dang. Hey, voice. Alright, so what was the question I was going to put up on here? Voting poll, right? Okay, so pretty simple voting poll here. Also, guys, make sure you hit that like button. But yeah, pretty simple voting poll. Do you think we will get more than 10 tornado reports tonight? The environment's set up in a way to where if it can take off, it could be a big night. But if the cap doesn't break, it's going to be pretty slow. So really, this is one of those 50-50 kind of deals. So there's no right or wrong answer. The goat is live. I wouldn't call myself the goat, but I appreciate it. Let me turn off that fan in the background really quickly. Be right back. lot of you guys are going no. That's honestly fair. So the thing about this setup, again, as I mentioned before, a lot of that has to do, in large part, with the fact that even if this cap breaks, it's going to break in sections. It's not going to be just a mass exodus of storms everywhere. It's just going to be kind of bits and pieces. It's going to be kind of broken up into like bits and pieces. It's going to be little weak points within the cap, not just a whole complete failure. Potentially, yes. We'll have to see. I really think the best tornado threat is a tad bit off to your south. Oh wow, we have a boatload of severe thunderstorm warnings towards Lawton right now. So far, none of these have tornadoes possible with them, which is great news. We can only hope that it ends up staying that way. None of these show an immediate threat for rotation either, with the exception of this one. At least from the reflectivity perspective. When it comes to actual velocities, though, I haven't really seen anything as of yet that's really caught my eye. But I'll actually go ahead and take a look at Topeka's instability as we get towards midnight. Yeah, it's possible. I have to actually look at that again. I'm actually going to have to look at that again. Because I kind of got a little fixated on tomorrow's threat. This threat didn't necessarily get past me, but the time between the streams and everything has made it hard for me to look past like anything the last 48 hours, anything past 48 hours. Because there's actually severe weather threats beyond that. So winter weather I've been kind of overlooking a little bit, if I'm being completely transparent here. Alright, let's go ahead and check that though. And you said it was Saturday. This is perfect timing too, because I haven't had a chance to look at the 18Z run from the GFS. I wouldn't say that just yet. You might be in for a little surprise next week. Well, so far, GFS isn't showing anything in regards to snow. Let me check the Euro for a good comparison here. I might pull that up in just a second to show you what I'm seeing, but I'll go as far as to say right now, I haven't seen a signal yet that really reflects on snow. There is one that has it all the way over towards southwest Kansas. But as far as your area is concerned, no real threat for snow. If you're lucky, you could get some flurries. Yeah. When I say that you might be in for a surprise here, I'm not saying that you'll have like a bona fide winter storm or anything like that. What I was really getting at was, well, you might have a big temperature drop that might surprise you for a brief period, and then that's really about it. Right towards the middle part of this month is going to throw a lot of people off guard here. I would love for that to actually lower the pollen levels, especially towards my area. It has been ugly out here. We had that big storm system come through my area yesterday, and then after that, sheesh. Texas is a very busy spot right now, but what exactly are you referring to? So I'm Gonna have to ask, what exactly are you referring to? Yeah, some people think by April winter's over. You never know. I mean, you'll get some storms. If you're worried about storms tomorrow, it'll be few and far between from the looks of it here. Yeah, because I mean, you can see it on the screen here. There are a lot of flood watches already in effect, and flood warnings are already coming up along the rivers. Okay, let me go ahead and switch back reflectivity on that. In the meantime, whoa. Okay. So these right here are probably the best looking storms I've seen so far. They have the best supercellular shape. But yeah, you don't really have much in the way of severe weather to worry about. Maybe towards Friday night, there could be something. Then it's gonna get a little chilly as we get towards the weekend, but nothing too crazy for Dallas. If you're over towards the panhandles of Oklahoma and Texas, then that's a little different. Yeah, as far as anything extreme going on, nothing to really write home about, that's for sure. Okay, let's get some music going, by the way. I think you guys can probably hear it. I definitely can't right now. Yeah, I've seen a few. It's surreal to think that some areas that had ice on the trees also dealt with severe storms that knocked down said trees as well and took out power. Pretty crazy. Also, guys, don't forget to hit that like button and that share button as well. See if we can get this audience to keep growing here. Doesn't really look like these southern Kansas storms are taking off just yet. This one towards Kildare, yeah, it's Kildare. This one towards Kildare, Oklahoma, and Ponca City looks decent. Still taking its sweet time getting going here. Trying to get a look at some of these weather models here to get another look at the environment in real time. Because the worry is if we get supercells to mature here, I don't expect them to take long to produce. That's the thing. Like I said, there's a lot of conditional variables with this setup. If this doesn't end up doing anything, we'll probably end up discussing tomorrow and then probably calling it a night. But like I said, we're kind of in the early stages with this right now. We probably won't know for sure just what this storm setup really has in play until probably the next hour, maybe even two. Really, I'd say within the next hour we'll probably get an idea of what this thing's about. I will say one thing, I'm happy about how smooth weather-wise is going right now. This is the fastest and the smoothest that I've seen the loops and the radar performing at up to this point. So, props to them. We do have some cameras around Oklahoma here that we're looking at. We don't have any great views though. Storms are just a little bit out of position over here. We have these storms that are right towards the Texas-Oklahoma line here that we might be able to get a view on in just a little bit. But right now, those views are still kind of few and far in between. Once we get towards Chickasha, that's when we'll be able to get a little bit better visual there. A lot of the cameras seem like they're over towards Lawton, though. Yeah, once we get past Chickasha, we start getting better potential for visuals. Dang, this hat's useless. This hat's all kinds of used up. There we go, that should be better. Yeah, we got a little something here. Nothing crazy. Not yet. Yeah, we're gonna have a bunch of storms kind of popping up here. We just need to see if these are gonna mature. guys. See if I can get this out of the way. Hey, Renita. Hope you're doing all right. A lot of you kind of leaning towards no in regards to the 10 tornado reports tonight. So far, you guys are looking good. We'll have to see whether or not that ends up verifying. Best case scenario, you guys are right. Even then, one thing to remember, sometimes it's not always the numbers, it's just the impact. Okay, so we just got a severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued for northern Kansas and eastern parts of Nebraska here. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. My guess is the reason they went with the severe thunderstorm watch up here is because that low-level wind profile isn't quite as good. A lot of that shears towards the mid to higher levels of the atmosphere. Not saying that tornadoes can't form here, though. Let's make sure we've made that clear. But the dominant threat with this might be more so towards hail than I would say anything else. Forget, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button and hit that share button if you're just now tuning in. See, we gotten the 10 likes already, which is pretty good. I hope that we can at least get to maybe 15. There are a lot of people covering this one, but this could be one of those, like I said, it really could be one of those instances where we end up either seeing something big happen or it ends up being a bust. Either way, I was planning on being live tonight regardless, so it's not like it changes my plans at all. So, no skin off my back. I was going to be live to either talk about tomorrow's event or to cover this, so just another day for me, really. As a lot of you regulars know. Unfortunately, right now, I don't have any camera views available for any of these regions where there are storms firing. I might be able to get something towards Grand Island, but it's been hit or miss whenever I try to go through Nebraska. By the way, the hail over here looks really impressive on this storm right now. Right now, it's only got a warning for ping pong ball size hail, but that reflectivity return makes me think that there might be some much bigger hail aloft. And then on top of that, there's a feature that I can pull up on here that would also help me kind of verify that. It's called vertically integrated liquid. We call it VIL on here. And whenever you see this color right here in the purple, that means that the amount of ice in the atmosphere is maxed out. So there's some pretty heavy ice in there, so considering this environment, there's some large hail aloft. Usually you'll see this for when we get to those severe storms. You see the other storm that's behind it has some pretty large hail or ice suspended aloft into the atmosphere. If that updraft gets stronger, then we're going to probably see much bigger hail in the next few warnings here. This may get upgraded. Also, the largest hail that I've seen so far already from severe thunderstorm warnings this evening has already been up to baseball size, so it's kind of escalated pretty quick. Okay, so these storms look like they're merging, and there's a lot of interference going with this, so that's actually good news in a way. Should slow this down a little bit. A lot of these storms seem like they're kind of congealing together. So at least in the immediate stretch here, tornado threat is currently low. Question will remain though, will it stay that way? The thing about this environment that's over here, there is a lot of instability available. There's really good low-level winds, especially towards Oklahoma and southern Kansas, north and far northern Texas. There is a little further to the south. There's a little bit of parameter missing. Not to say that you couldn't get a tornado, but the parameters for stronger tornadoes would exist over here. But again, as I mentioned before, towards the beginning of the stream, this is pretty conditional still. Trying to think about how I'm gonna set this stream up the rest of the way tonight also. If we don't have anything happening by, let's say, the next hour, what we'll probably end up doing is we'll go ahead and take a look at the weather models for tomorrow. Kind of get an idea, because, by the way, in case anyone might have missed it, we are now up to moderate risk for severe weather. It's particularly over towards that quad state region once again. Justin will be with us tomorrow. I already talked it over with him. I'm going to see if we can't contact him if it's at all possible throughout the stream, but we'll see what happens. But we'll at least have one chaser on the ground. He's going to be on the western end of that moderate risk. And just to be clear, that moderate risk is a tornado-driven moderate risk. So strong to violent tornadoes could be possible. This storm weakened pretty quickly. I don't know if total domination's still here. But yeah, it looks like the tornado threat's all diminished for that area. Leaning more into a straight line wind, maybe a hail threat with this, more so than anything else. Same thing kind of with Oklahoma right now. I think the Cap might be winning this battle. Something going on at the lower levels, if anything. I think the timing of the dry line might be the issue here, actually. So, with me looking at weather models right now, I think I'm going to pull it up and actually show you guys. I didn't need it full screen. I wanted it off to the side. Adjust that. Okay. Hey, Isaiah. Oh, you accidentally voted. Yes. Yeah, that's a pretty wild run right there. I saw the message earlier that you said, though, that you had put up in Discord. Okay. So, pay attention to the screen right above my head. And you can see this area in the green right here. This is where we're looking at some solid humidities here at the surface level. Then further back this way towards the west, you can see that we have relatively low humidities, or low relative humidities, I should say. We're at like maybe 9-10% up against 60 to even 70% at times. So very quickly you can tell where our dry line is. If this dry line was a little bit further off towards the east, I think that threat might take off a little bit more, because it would kind of force that cap to kind of fold a bit here. So we're kind of in a weird spot. We'll get storms to fire later in the evening, but by that point we may have some struggle in regards to getting those discrete supercells. Timing is everything with events like this, so it's a bit of a struggle. So it might be a little slow here. Again, like I said, we'll probably give it maybe 30 to 45 minutes, and then we'll probably try and go into a discussion about tomorrow's threat. And really just the stretch over the next few days here, because there's actually slight risk in effect all the way up until Saturday. So even with tomorrow being out of the way, let's say, there's still 3 more days of slight risk in a row where we could see hail, we could see tornadoes. Realistically, we could go for maybe a 7 to 8 day stretch of live streams straight up. So some busy times here, that's for sure. Dang, man, my hair is itching today. One thing about working outside sometimes is that you can't wash your hair, because a lot of that product just ends up sweating out, especially with as warm as it's going to be towards my area. So my hair is a little dry, I guess. Maybe the scalp is dry. It also doesn't help having freaking carpet beetles in your room. Although I have slowed them down a bit. Go still shot here so that we can get a look at what the largest hail we're dealing with is. It still looks like it's ping pong ball. And it's this storm here that we've been watching for the last little bit. Here's where our largest hail is, in this little sector right here where you see the pink. This is where you would be expecting the largest hail on this storm, and then you can see another little core popping up on this storm here. That's going to be a prominent thing as well. Alright guys, I think I'm going to close this voting poll though and start up a fresh one. So most of you are saying no, and I actually tend to agree with you now. Except there's always a chance that things could change. But given the way the environment looks as of right now, I'm a bit more doubtful. Starting to see a little hail core trying to pop up here again. I think earlier this storm had a warning for baseball-sized hail. This has dropped off significantly since then. Now we're dealing with a $50 size hail, so we're like just a little under half the size of what we once had. Still no signs of rotation with any of these storms as of right now from what I've seen on radar. No hook echoes, no velocity couplets as of yet. Everything's remained pretty broad. Yeah, I see a lot of outflow with this storm, so I'm not worried about it. This isn't even a warning, that's a meso discussion. Yeah, no real signs of, maybe with these there could be some very broad rotation, but it's kind of hard to tell at this point in time. Maybe some very weak rotation over towards Chapman. Let's go ahead and split the screen real quick here. Yeah, nothing really matching with that updraft area as of right now. Well, there's a tiny little area here, but it's so weak. These are the two most impressive storms I've seen so far, so we'll kind of stick with those for a little bit. Alright, so let's get this new voting poll up. not spell, it seems. Alright, here we go. This one I'm gonna make you think a little bit more. If you're a little bit more on the weather savvy side, feel free to look at some models here to kind of get an idea. So basically think of it like this. From tonight all the way up until about 7 a.m. That's when the news cycle of storm reports begins for the National Weather Service. And also, a reminder, significant hail is hail greater than 2 inches in diameter. So this one's going to make you, so like I said, especially if you're weather savvy, this is going to be one that makes you think a bit more. Oh, I bet it is. I bet it is. You're a madman, dude, to have it set up like that. I mean, you get what you pay for, too. And I mean, sheesh. I can't imagine that. I dare you to play a storm chasing game with that rig. I plan to. I already plan to because, well, I'm sure there's one out there. I just don't know what though. I don't know if it's any games on Roblox or if there's like a game on console that should have it. If there's one on console, then I'm sure that they'll have it for VR. But yeah, if you do that, I would love to see a video of you reacting to that. That would be insane. That'd be some crazy stuff. If I did something like that, I'd probably, well, I'm gonna be doing it in real life, so there is that. It fizzles before Nebraska City. Nebraska City's in Texas, isn't it? Or is it Oklahoma, actually? Wait. I think I have both of those wrong. It's in Kansas. Oh, daggone it. I've heard of Nebraska City, but I can't think of which state it's in. Oh, it is east of Lincoln. Oh, I see it now. I mean, they're going to get a little something out of it. Hang on a second. Let me look at these. He's starting to look a little bit more suspicious by the minute here. The lower level shear around this region isn't quite as impressive, but okay, yeah, it's still not looking all that impressive right now. I keep forgetting since I have plus with this now, I can actually do split screen. Come on. Yeah, okay, there's not really much anything going on there. Rotation's super broad still. Still producing some pretty solid hail from the looks of it, especially tail end Charlie here, this southern storm. It's a little less abated by the outflow of this other storm. It's still able to take in warm air pretty well. Both of these still are. Like I said, if the low level shear was higher towards these regions, these could very well be dropping off tornadoes, but thankfully that's not the case. So 3 of you have already voted. Some of you guys are getting a little bold. 6 to 10. Okay, I like that. One of you said 2 to 5. Hopefully we can get some more votes in. I want you guys to really think on that one. So it could go either or. I think we'll get quite a bit of hail out of this. Just how many of them will end up being 2 inches or greater in diameter, that's the key question. I like making these voting polls in a way to where, especially if you're weather inclined, you have to actually think. Ha, 2 to 5. Being an optimist. Well, I will say that this setup is pretty good for hail. Maybe even large hail at this point. But like I said, there's no promises when it comes to the weather either. Okay, so I'm trying to think now. What are we gonna do? I think this tornado threat, as of right now, it's not looking all that great. It might be busting. This might be a bust. And I hate to say that so early. I mean, we knew it was conditional. Like I said, I'll give it a little bit longer, and then we'll see. What about Charlie, Isaiah? You don't know anything about tail end Charlie? You don't know the origin of tail end Charlie? That's something you should look up, my man. Especially if you're looking to go out and be out in the storms, you should always know what tail end Charlie should mean. Because that could be the play that allows you to get the money shot. Oh, you're good, man. Alright, so I'm just really waiting right now for HRRR to come in. I mean, if worse came to worse, we could even try playing guitar or something. I was about to say that almost looked like it was a tornado warning for a moment. I thought it was, but that's just a velocity map. What? Why, Isaiah? It's not breakfast time, dude. It's not breakfast time. This Grand Island storm now has 70-mile-per-hour winds, by the way. Why would you even say that then? Sheesh. I'm gonna guess the 70-mile-per-hour winds are probably coming from that forward flank of the Chapman storm. Both of these look like they're kind of going outflow dominant, so nothing to worry about there, thankfully. Do have a meso discussion here. Alright, so just outside of Fort Worth, there might be a watch issued here in a little bit. Watch issuance is about it, or watch issuance probability is about maybe 40%. So nothing guaranteed. Yeah, you have those Baconator typos as well. So here's an interesting situation. Reading this discussion here, we got storms forming ahead of the dry line, which we talked about earlier. We have pretty weak large scale forcing. So we have discrete supercell structures and good cape around this region. If these storms can persist long enough though, the tornado threat could come into play here, because the low-level jet could be intensifying over towards this region later this evening. Storm's not going to be heading your way for a while, man. I wouldn't worry about this one just yet. This storm should pass well off to your north. I would not concern myself with that one. Anything that could form further south, then I would be watching a little bit closer. So far, I haven't seen a whole lot in signs of development here. There's this tiny little blob over towards Santa Ana that might be worth watching, if it gets going. Oh yeah, you're already under a flood watch, so I mean that goes without saying. But yeah, literally the storm track just tracks over your area just day after day after day after day. So it's pretty crazy just how much action you're gonna end up seeing. Alright, HRRR is starting to load now. It's about time. We're only 6 hours in on that load, though. We need at least another 18, I would say. Yeah, you guys are ironically getting a lot of rain. My area is kind of gonna get stiffed from it, which, truthfully, I got mixed feelings about it, if I'm gonna be honest. In one sense, it's good because it'll assure that I'm working. In another sense, though, considering the fact that my job is to punch holes into the ground with my machine, and with it being drier, it becomes harder and harder to do that because people don't water their lawns like they're supposed to. I didn't say that live. Yeah, it it's kind of a double-edged sword, so not sure how I feel about that. I'd like to see a few rain chances for my area during the weekend. Me personally speak. That's just me personally speaking, but it's what it is. Yep, you're under a slight risk literally every day for the rest of this week now. So, yeah, busy times. Very, very busy times. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, by the way. Yeah, you got a stationary front. Alright, so I think as of right now, we're going to be switching modes here. I think we're going to get ready to go into discussion mode. If nothing happens here by the time it gets to about 10:30ish, we might have to call this one a stream. I mean, I still got to work tomorrow morning. Of course, if you're still here, Sid, you know what the deal is. Carpet beetle fly right by me, and I see another one. Excuse me for a second. I'm gonna smash these jokers real quick. I thought I had felt something on me earlier. I hate that feeling. Hey, Torex. The cap seems like it's trying to break, but I just don't think these storms are really maturing all that well. A lot of these storms have struggled with outflow dominance. So as a result, that tornado threat has not verified up to this point. Not at all. Most impressive storms right now have been over towards Grand Island, Nebraska at this point. We've had large hail out of these. We had 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. So we're kind of... So we're just kind of watching these, see what they'll end up doing. And then we're preparing a discussion for just a little bit. Are you serious? Dang. He hit, like, he legit hit a whole turkey? Wow. That's crazy, dude. Where was he chasing? Was he chasing in Oklahoma? Well, turkeys in Oklahoma don't necessarily surprise me, but wow. Expect the unexpected. Always have to if you're going to be out chasing. But the turkey, he hit a turkey and smashed his windshield. What are the odds? This little area right here, just to the southeast of, or southwest of Marquette, is interesting. I don't really know what to make of that. But that looks a little odd. It doesn't really match up well. But that might be something worth watching in the next little bit. Always pops this hat. So wow, it literally did a kamikaze into its windshield. That's wild. That is a wild, no pun intended, that's a wild turkey. Just like the liquor. That is wild. He might have hail insurance on his car, but I don't know about turkeys. Wow. There's so many puns you could make with that, but it's so inappropriate. I'm sure he's not too happy right now. Is he still chasing? Apparently Jordan Hall. What's up, Baconator? Yeah, his windshield definitely celebrated Thanksgiving. Turkey literally kamikazed itself right into the windshield. That's the kind of stuff you can't even make up, honestly. That's wild. Yeah, just the random stuff that you run into. It's just crazy. Yeah. I mean, the people probably are the most dangerous part. Depending on which state you're in, it could be just regular civilians, or if you're in Oklahoma, it could be News 9. I didn't say that live. I didn't say that live. I didn't say anything live, in fact. Torex, the first thing about Fight Club is that we don't talk about Fight Club, okay? First thing about Fight Club is that we don't talk about Fight Club. Yeah. Alright, still waiting for a few more hours to come in on the new HRRR model, and then we'll probably get into the live discussion from that point. Yeah, I heard about what happened to Ryan Skull. We just let you know the storm chasing season is in full effect. Just based off the madness that you end up finding online. And then the warm-up was the other day when Justin popped on the feed, and then he shared a clip with me of how he had like a 0-meter intercept with lightning. I don't know about him, but if that was me, I would probably need a new change of pants after that. And he did I don't know whether it was him or his wife that was driving, but they did an incredible job of keeping that wheel straight. I mean, I think I would have too. Just off instinct because of the fact that I've been driving for as long as I have. But even so, like, man, that's some crazy stuff. Okay, I like what I'm seeing. More votes coming in. More votes coming in. So a lot of you are leaning towards 6 to 10 right now in regards to significant hail reports. Just a reminder, significant hail is a hailstone larger than 2 inches in diameter. I guess no one fell for the trap that I set for 21 plus. Good job so far. Hey, Blondie. I'm trying to think here. Should I wait for HRRR to load from 24 up to 24 hours, or should I go 28 or 30? just to be safe, I think I might go like 28 or 30. Just to make sure I can cover anything that might happen overnight. Because I get a feeling initiation's going to start late in the evening, just like with tonight. Of course, I would expect much more in the way of activity early on. Oh dear. What did you do, Torex? What was the April Fool's joke? What did you do? And now, I mean, since you mentioned it in chat, you may as well just tell it. I thought of making reference to this setup having with being in like an April Fool's joke, but I was like, if this actually did do something, then I'd kind of feel bad then. So I decided to hold off. Oh, I did see that. So that isn't finished? Shame on you, sir. That's a bad call, man. I hope you didn't lose any subs because of that. Or any, like, Discord server members. Yeah, that's bad, man. You can't do that. It's a terrible idea. Oh, they were good sports about it. Could be worse. You could be like my favorite musician, Matt from Trivium. Had the perfect opportunity, okay? Fair, fair, fair. Yeah, I wanted to do something for April Fools, but today's been kind of hectic. Thought today was going to be an easy day at work. It was everything but. Got through it, though. We survived. Hopefully tomorrow is better. What the? What was that for, Baconator? What did he do? No. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. That's not how you do an April Fool's joke. What the hell? That's not how you do an April Fool's joke. That's not how it works at all. No. You know what? Just for that, if that's really what we're doing, April Fools to you too. He timed you out for 10 seconds. He timed you out for 10 seconds and he said April Fools. I'm like, no. Oh no. Let the chaos begin. Wait, what? Okay, so what's going on with this tornado watch? It's not that the environment sucks, it's just the cap didn't really break. The dry line's lagging too far back. I talked about it a little earlier in the stream. So, you know, it's just one of those things. Yeah, it was a little. Yeah, it was a little dry. I think with the other parameters, had the cap broken, then I think we would have been seeing something. No. No. Nah, no, Isaiah. Why'd you retract the message? You should have left it there, man. You should have left a message there. Yeah, then I think we're gonna have issues with the convective mode by that point. Baconator, make sure you screenshot that. Aw, why would you? I guess April Fool's is Baconator going crazy. Yeah, Baconator's on one tonight. Just said, you know what? Bump all of y'all. Get wrecked. Sheesh. There's nothing wrong with that. It's alright. Yeah. Yeah, if the cap did break, I agree with him. I would have been like, I don't know if you should go in that one. That's a pretty high end event. But right now, I just bet he's kind of bummed out. He's like, dang. He's towards Topeka. Yeah, it's not really much going on. Like the time frame in which you're getting storms now has been pushed back tremendously due to the fact that that dry line just wasn't progressing anywhere near as fast as originally forecasted. So, yeah, not really a whole lot going on. I would expect that you're still probably going to get some hail late tonight, though. Maybe some damaging winds. What did Contingents do? Contingent isn't even here. Just throwing them right into the fire, why don't you? Oh, we're almost at 10 votes, by the way. It could even, yeah, about 1 or 2 a.m. seems to be your time frame now based off of what I saw in the last model run. Let's see what we got for this latest HRRR run that's coming up. I'm trying to give it a couple more hours before. I'm trying to give this run like maybe a few more minutes so it could scan in these last few hours I need. I might just let it go all the way to 36. Oh, you didn't know where I live total? I live in Georgia, dude. Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't know that. Yeah, I've mentioned it on stream many times. I live towards Atlanta. I live just outside of I live inside the metro, but not like in the proper city. I'm in the suburbs. But the Atlanta metro area as a whole is freaking huge. You can argue it even spreads into even like parts of northern Georgia. Yeah, I agree. The cap held strong enough, and these storms just never matured. It has its perks, and then other times it absolutely sucks. Like the traffic, you can have that. I will trade that any day. The traffic and just the quality of drivers here, it's so bad. I've yet to go to Mercedes-Benz. I have been to the Battery though, and that place is freaking cool. It's expensive though. Like the places that you would go out to eat at, eh, I'm the biggest fan of that part. But the vibes were cool. I'm hoping that next month, if it's at all possible, maybe I could even go to a concert over there at the Roxy. But yeah, I've yet to go to Mercedes-Benz. Then again, the way the Falcons play, I don't know if I really want to go there. So I'd like to see my home team win, even though I'm not necessarily a Falcons fan. I'm actually a Texans fan. You can still get earthquakes out there, it's just not as common. I get what you're saying, though. I've always been curious about Sacramento, though. What is Sacramento like? Because I remember I used to hear about Sacramento a lot. And do they still have the Sacramento Kings? Because I remember when I was growing up, that basketball team was really, really good. But I have not heard about them in recent years. That's actually really surprising that you haven't experienced an earthquake or you haven't felt a tremor before. Even I have. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't hear about that team anymore. I remember guys like Chris Webber and all. Baconator. Baconator, stop it. You know I hate that emoji so much. Yes. Throw up the red card, please. Yes. The 3 red cards is for you. You are suspended for a week. Okay, so we're at about 32 hours. No. No, sir. No, sir. Uh-uh. No. No, sir. No, no, no. Yes, 4 red cards, and you know what you win with that? Get wrecked. That is a party foul. That's worse than a regular foul. That is a party foul, man. No. Better be careful, Torex. He might get you. Okay. I'm waiting on 3 more scans from the HRRR. I'm going to try to go for 36. But yeah, I think overall, this tornado threat might be cooked. Which is good, which I'm honestly kind of happy for. So now we're going to change the thumbnail real quick and... Wait, what is that? Is that really the dab emoji? Like the look at my dab dance emoji? Like, what the heck? Like, this is how far we fallen now, society? We're making dab emojis? Like, come on. Oh, there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning over towards Oklahoma now. Sheesh. Yeah, this threat's cooked. This threat is cooked. Well, Baconator, looks like your uncle's not gonna be happy. Oh, I know it's the YouTube emojis, but I'm disappointed in them for that. I cannot condone this behavior. But yeah, GG, man. Like, everything's just falling apart. There's only 2 warnings left. Yep, definitely gonna be switching. So let me finish this one last thing on here, and then we're gonna go into discussion mode after that. Well, at least I'll be able to go to bed on time, unless I can't sleep and I just decide to like put up some sort of random video. Probably be like members only content. No OnlyFans stuff. Don't ask. Baconator. Anyway, let's go ahead and do this one last thing here. I mean, it wouldn't be anything crazy even if I did make extra content. It would just be like a summer outlook or something. Because that would probably be like the only regular form content I'll be able to do for like the next week. Yeah, so weather-wise works a little bit different from Radar Omega. It does better with updates than Radar Omega ever did, but the thing with weather-wise is what disorients me is whenever those polygons move in the loop too. Like, that messes with me significantly. That's the only thing that I really don't like about weather-wise, other than that and the fact that it finished off my computer essentially. Oh, speaking of which, Baconator, I I have an IT at the job I work at. I took it to him so he could diagnose it, and well, yeah, I was right. It was a hard drive. It's gone. It's the end of an era. That computer got us through a bunch of live streams. So it's kind of sad to see it in that state, but I'll have to go at some point, right? Anyway. I was hoping you guys would have been right, truthfully. But yeah, I can't stop the polygons in the loop without turning off everything entirely. Because I mean, the visual of having them. Oh no, I've always no. So amputee, I have a whole PC rig, like a desktop rig here at home. But like when I'm at work or something, sometimes when I have breaks in the action, I'll look at my PC, or not my PC but my laptop, so I'll use my laptop to like get a look at the weather models and stuff, keep up with everything while I'm away. So that way by the time I get home, either put a video together or make a thumbnail for a live stream, and I can kind of relax a little bit. During an extended period of extreme weather, especially like the one that we're dealing with now, that would pay dividends. But obviously, since things are the way they are now, it's going to be a little bit more challenging, sadly. But yeah, I didn't always have a desktop PC starting out when I did live streams. That laptop that we had really is what got us through a lot of it. It did well. Hey, Justin. But yeah, that PC, that laptop though, has unfortunately conked out, or its hard drive is conked out. Alright, so I finally got the thumbnail finished now. So we're about to do a live discussion here. Also, everybody, if you haven't already subscribed to Justin, you definitely need to. We'll see him tomorrow. He will be on stream. He's going to be stationed in, I think you're going to be set up in, I think you said you're going for northeastern Arkansas. Oh, you set the stream up for tomorrow? Yeah, when I end this stream, I'm probably going to do the same. Hi, Christine. Okay. East Arkansas. Thank you for that, Blondie. Feel free to pin that too if you could. You should be able to pin that. If not, I'll do it. Okay. Alright, so I think at this point we should have HRRR close to finished up, actually. I think we're past 36 hours now. Huh? Oh, it's alright. I'll pin it. Alright, we hit our 10 votes. Yeah, I don't think any of the mods can if you can't. Because for the most part, you guys have the, same role. The only two that are managing moderators are Baconator and Contingents. Oh yeah, I should do that. That's actually a great idea, Voice. I'll make sure I do that tonight. Alright, let me change the thumbnail to this stream and all that hoopla before I get into the discussion here. I want to try to give this a chance to be seen by as many people as possible. So long as I'm able to get off work at a decent time, I should be ready to go around that time. But yeah, I'm definitely going to make a command for Justin and for Patrick as well. Especially as we get later into the year, because that's where Patrick's area starts to light up more too. Yeah, flooding's going to be a big issue over the course of this next week. Just constant severe threats day after day after day after day. It's almost surreal, kind of. Alright. This takes forever to do sometimes. if you've seen Baconator's typos, you'll realize that you have nothing to apologize for. Although over this last year, though, Baconator has done a really good job with his typos. The glow up is real, man. The glow up is real. Okay. Also, if you guys could, make sure you hit that share button too. Jeez, this thing's taking forever. Okay. Change. Move over. Here. Okay. Do that. Yeah, the autocorrect actually is not a smart feature really at this point. Survive as many as possible. Okay. Dang, I already used up all 100 characters. Sheesh. Okay. Just go ahead, make sure that all the tags are in. Okay, finally that is done. Okay, took long enough to do that. Alright, so we only got 2 hours left of GFS to HRRR, excuse me, to work with. Alright, let's get to it. Should be showing up on the screen. No? Okay, it's odd. Dang, I don't know why it's not working. Try this again. There we go. That fixed it. Okay. Just in case. Still gonna have... Okay, I don't know why this isn't working right. I was gonna try to get a... I was gonna try to get the weather-wise feed here on the bottom left corner of the screen, but for whatever reason it's not working. Oh wait, I know what to do. Version 3? Hey, how you doing? So I guess it's Irv. Huh? Why is it? Okay, this isn't working. This is not working right at all. Oh, wow. High alert. In due time, I guess I'll be getting those messages too. Well, hopefully that doesn't happen for Georgia anytime soon. Oh, nice. Happy to see. Happy to know. Oops. Alright, here we go, guys. It's model time here. Okay. So this is what we're dealing with right now. This same storm system has caused what has been so far relatively mitigated severe threat over the Midwest right now. Oh, you're using the FV3? Not the biggest fan of that, I can't lie. It's a supercell printer. I'm a fan of HRRR, me personally. But, man, that jet streak is still looking pretty crazy after all this time here. It's been consistent pretty much over the last week, this trend here. Wow, we're up to about 120 knots. I think that's the first time I've seen it up to that degree. In either case, though, you could even see shortwaves kind of popping up even at the 500 millibar range. There's your shortwave right there, Justin. See two of them, really. So right in this corridor is where it gets started. Yeah, right about at, I'd say 6, 7 o'clock. And then it only takes off from that right now. Wait. Yeah, it's HRRR. Yeah, HRRR. You were close though. You were close. Looks like the threat finally would die down. I'd say a little bit after midnight. I'm glad you like the music, Irv. Erev. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump over to 7. Oh, went too far. Erev. Okay. Erev. Now, I'm terrible with names, guys, so don't chew me out if I end up botching it again. I have so many names that I remember at my job, and when you take so many phone calls and do so many yards, that tends to happen. Thanks. So here's further verification of that shortwave. By the way, Torx, do you remember that rant that I went on the other day about states like Kentucky, like that, like state lines like Kentucky, Illinois, Kentucky, Indiana? That's messing with me right now. I'm just looking at it, I'm like, ugh. It's like, wait, does that look like? Alright, Isaiah, this is where you need to be watching your area over here. I would say it would be about maybe 8, 9 o'clock central for your time. Then after that, I think the threat starts to kind of taper off. Then you'd have that heavy rain threat to follow up here. But yeah, your severe threat will be towards 8 or 9 o'clock central. Now, this is probably the parameter that I'm most scared to look at, because this, I bet this is going to be ballistic. Yeah, Rev, I'm very proud of the community that has been slowly building here as time's gone on. Count myself very lucky to be at this point already. I'm hoping that more is to come. Ooh, okay. Okay. Yeah, the core community is what matters to me most here. That low-level jet corridor looks pretty nasty still. And it's not like it's really weak during any point of the day. That's probably what kind of... I think that's what surprises me the most, I would say. Whoa, we got tornado warnings. What the heck? Kansas just went off. Oops. We got 2 tornado warnings here. We got one over towards Lyons County. This is Ellsworth, Rice, and Barton counties. It's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is radar indicated. The siren is way too loud. My siren is way too loud on here. Sorry, guys. Holy cow. That completely caught me by surprise. And then here's the other one for Ottawa County. Both of these are in Kansas. They're both radar indicated, thankfully. Also, the hail size on them is at 2.5 inches. So, some pretty big hail ongoing right now with these storms as well. Sneaky little bugger. We were writing the obituary on this storm system. We were literally writing the obituary on this thing. Saying, alright, this thing's not really doing anything. This is a solid looking supercell over here towards Bennington. Right on time, Torex, because look what's happened. I look away for 1 minute and look at models. Yeah, we were writing this one's obituary for sure. I wonder who all is live still. Don't ban you. Who would ban you? Why would you be banned though? That's my question. Ooh, okay. That looks impressive. That's some strong rotation right there. See if we can get a look at that gate to gate. Not the strongest. Potentially could be up to about 100, so that's strong. I don't think Torex would ban you. The one you would have to be watchful of is Baconator. But yeah, that's pretty strong velocity right there, if I were to say so myself. Oh, Ryan is still live. Good, good, good. Yeah, we won't ban you here for no reason. We're a pretty chill bunch. If anything, we really like to mess with each other here. I wish I had a better look at what's going on with this southern storm. I'll have to loop it. Okay, yeah, that is pretty nasty looking. Let's see if I can cut this loop off here, because I'm pretty sure these 2 points right here Might be the gate. The gate. It's not gonna give me the best look. What? Blondie? Blondie, why would you ban him? What did he do? Dang, what did he do? I never would have thought I'd hear that from Blondie of all people. I am shocked. I am bamboozled. I've never seen her be tough in chat before. I've never seen her once be tough in chat. Baconator is different. Baconator will go after anybody. I get the feeling she can be a force to be reckoned with. Just fortunately we haven't had that happen here yet. That'd be funny if I would actually kind of want to see that, but I also would be like, okay, once she goes to that point, can I calm her down? Shoot, I remember one day I had somebody coming at me and freaking Voice and Isaiah were about to rip his head off. I was like, whoa, guys, take it easy now. I couldn't even really react to it hardly. I was just like, hmm? Oh, this is interesting. This is an interesting little spot to have hail at. I think I'm gonna go back to full screen for now. Yeah, I'm gonna go full screen with this. Ah. You sound like Baconator, man. Baconator loves doing that kind of stuff. Well, it depends on the day. Sometimes he'll just say, screw it, I'm getting rid of you. Exactly. I'm glad I chose wisely with my mods here. Yeah, because that's one common trait about all you guys, is that y'all don't play games. Love playing Whack-A-Troll. Oh yeah, I'm in the same boat. Like every once in a while, I'll show my more sinister side. I can be a real jerk too, man. I just don't like doing it. Oh, let me get this off of here. Now I've yet to see you go there, Torex. Now that would be shocking, because you seem like one of the nicer ones. Oh, you're a mod for Stormrunner Media? I didn't know that. That's another thing I appreciate about you guys. Yeah, man, I heard about what happened to his old channel. That's crazy, dude. I hate that that happened. Yeah, I remember in the early days of this channel, I've made the same mistake. I hope that that doesn't come back to bite me. I don't blame you, Christine. Still have a pretty good rotation signature with this as well. Well, I guess I can say it now, I guess, can't I? Mother Nature played an April Fool's joke on us just now. Alright, we're still looking at radar indicated rotation. Yeah, I think potential's only gonna go up. Oh! Thank you, Christine, for becoming a member. It is. I think my computer was actually just adjusting to it. Nice. Thanks for joining. If there wasn't tornado warnings going on and I didn't have a discussion on my hands still, then I would actually be, I probably would have closed out the stream playing guitar. I hope you enjoy the emojis on there. We try to be kind of clever with them. Yeah, I just don't think it's gonna happen tonight. I don't know how many membership videos I'm gonna be able to do this week. It's gonna be kind of hard, considering all the weather we gotta cover. Well, total originally, oh, okay. Well, Justin, make sure you have a good night. Don't do anything I wouldn't do, and you enjoy. Dallas looks okay for tonight. I would expect some showers and storms, but I wouldn't expect anything severe. But yeah, I can't lie, total. I was writing the obituary for this storm system. I was thinking, okay, this might just be a hailer. That's probably gonna be it. And then all of a sudden, I look up as I'm doing a discussion for tomorrow, 2 tornado warnings, just like that. I'm like, well then. That's honestly where I was honestly shocked. It's just one of those days, boys. It's alright. Oh, by the way, Torex, you type in exclamation point member. That's what you would look for. Oh, thanks, version 3. I guess I'll sound the siren. I don't know. For becoming a member. There's a third one now? See, that's the problem I have with this here. It's 3 tornado warnings? But thanks, version. Also, I hope you enjoy the emojis on there, guys. Some people may not understand the Sharpies, so I will give context if needed. Oh, okay, this is a new polygon for that storm. Yeah, it still looks like it's rotating pretty strongly here. No confirmation of a tornado on the ground, though. Let's go ahead and check, CC. That one I have to give shout out to contingents. Contingents is the one that made the channel emblem. Hi, Mia. Let me check CC with this. That looks like a huge mess right now. It's going to be really hard to tell if there's anything down. If there's anything I wish I could... My power went out. Again. Actually, it went out like 3 different times. And it was after the storms went through. So there's no nah, bruh. I wasn't able to be here. The stupid part is, it went out hours after my storms passed. Thanks, Georgia Power. And then on top of that, once the power went out the second time, I was like, you know what, screw this. I'm taking a nap. So I took a cat nap and I woke up to my power being out, came back on, went out again, and I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Screw it. Alright, is it okay if I call you Rev? We'll be live tomorrow. We're definitely going to be live tomorrow. Yeah, that was one thing about those storms. They moved through quick. And the craziest thing, yeah, that's true. That could be the case. But like the timing was just awful for me though. And it's the second storm system in which it happened. Well, the second storm, the other storm system, it was actually like a full day later where they had the power go off. It's just the weird interval between when the storms went through and then when the power would actually go out. It was just so confusing. Oh, but also to anyone that became a member, by the way, just to clarify, those Sharpies are there for a reason. The Sharpies are actually there as a meme, but it's actually related to the Storm Prediction Center and the outlooks. So there was a joke that was going around on weather Twitter talking about whenever we get the higher risk modes like moderate and high, we'll see them pull out the big red Sharpie or the big pink Sharpie. And that's how that came to be pretty much. Okay, so yeah, from what I can see here, I don't see any clear evidence of a tornado on the ground. The radar mode is just a little too noisy right now. Maybe I need to change the color table with this, or maybe the smoothing needs to be better. But yeah, the Sharpie, yeah, I kind of like the Sharpie joke. There we go. I think that's a little bit better. So I guess I have to do the smoothing mode for, I guess, for every single radar parameter. Yeah, I wish I could afford a gen. Yep, and there are the Sharpies right there. If there was anything that I wanted, if I like built my own house, I probably would want the solar panels. Like the amount of money that would save you down the road, especially if you live in a relatively open area too. Amazing. Okay, let's go ahead and pause this. Go back to the reflectivity map here. Also, I'm going to smooth this out too so we can get a little bit better presentation for this. There we go. We don't want to over smooth this as well, so I'll try and be patient. But yeah, it's a pretty good look at what we got here. What do you guys think of the smooth mode? Do you like the previous mode where it was looking more like this, or do you like this better? Since we got a few of you here online, just kind of want to know what your thoughts are on that there. Yeah, you like it smoothed out a little? Oh, you like pixels, huh, Christine? Oh, you like the pixels too, Isaiah? Okay. Yeah. I'm kind of impartial. I mean, I can't lie and say that the smoothing doesn't throw me off. I can still tell, I can still tell what's going on. I can still tell what's going on either way. I think for velocity, I'll keep the pixels. For reflectivity, I'll probably keep smoothing, and then really the question I have is for CC here. I don't really think it'll make a difference there. Yeah. Yeah, I might keep it pixelated. There we go. I think this is the mode I want right here. I think I just had a bad color table. Me personally, amputee, I don't think it does. I mean, let me check that actually. Yeah, this looks a lot better. I don't think it uses much in the way of CPU though. Let's go back and find out. Best way to tell is if the loop slows down at all. Okay. Let's try smoothing on this. Yeah, I'd rather have pixels on that. I'm still trying to customize this app here. I think VIL might be good smoothed. Wait, let's see. Let's see if I can do this. This is one thing I was never able to pull off with Radar Omega here. Can I go 3D with this? Wish I could get like a vertical view of the storm. Rotation does look like it's weakening with this one. This one still looks pretty nasty in its own right, though. Whoa, 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 okay. We have two right now. You aren't paying attention, Mia. Ooh, I'm just kidding. We haven't had any observed tornadoes, but we have 2 tornado warnings. Ah, fair enough. How you become your grandparents. Drink a soda, it's ginger ale. I don't even drink soda much anymore at all. Like, once I got into a band when I was like 19, 20 years old, I stopped drinking soda, especially once I started doing like the harsh vocals. I just pretty much stopped drinking soda. I went strictly to tea and then just juices. And I haven't really looked back since then. It actually makes a difference in regards to how you feel. Like, I noticed the difference in the amount of energy that I had. Like, I'll still drink, like, every once in a while I'll drink a soda. And I'll notice the difference, though. Like, I'll notice that I don't have the same kind of energy that I had previously. But in a way, it's kind of bad because at one point I almost kind of traded soda for alcohol. Even then, I started cutting back on that. So there's that. I do have a drink every once in a while, but it's not a common thing. It's like once in a blue moon. Maybe once every few weeks I might get one. How about I should buy you absolutely nothing? I will do no such thing. I'm just gonna and you know what? Just to make it worse, to add insult to injury, I'll actually screenshot this comment, and then every time that you say that you want a caramel frappe, I'll just pop this up in Discord, just like suffer. Be like, suffer. Alright. So, that actually is looking pretty strong. There's at least some good inflow winds from the looks of it here. As far as outflow is concerned, it's kind of hard to read right now. I have to go loop by loop. Or scan by scan here. Okay, so looking at it from a different radar, I guess maybe it's further away. No, I'd say they're somewhat close to the same distance. This storm needs the Alma radar versus this one, which is looking up from Wichita. Ooh, you started hand grinding your coffee? That's pretty cool. We use our blender. We use our little Ninja blender for it. Or my mom does. I don't really drink coffee. Or we used to use one. Oh, you use a Keurig, so you got the good stuff. Oh, no, that's not good. I thought you were talking about like a blender. Or coffee blender. But Yeah, you got a Keurig, which is nice. Yeah, the smell of coffee is nice. It's just I can't. My stomach can't handle it. I often get sick after a while. Like I almost have to treat coffee like alcohol. If I drink coffee on an empty stomach, usually I don't fare too well. I end up feeling sick and queasy throughout the day. Save that for the guests. Keep the good stuff for yourself. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Okay, so this storm is starting to shear out. This is gonna get awfully close, but I think this is gonna miss both Baconator and Total here. But yeah, y'all are gonna get your little share of action here. You don't want to know the weirdest thing that the weirdest smell that I liked. That storm's gonna hit you soon. What are you talking about, Isaiah? Nope. Not AC. Car exhaust is what I liked. I don't know why, but there was something. Get wrecked. Saw that look. And it's terrible for you to be inhaling too. That's the worst part. But I don't know what it was. I absolutely loved it back then when I was a kid. Yeah, the second he said that, I was like, okay, goodbye. Wait, what? He actually likes the smell of coolant. Isn't that something? Yes, he deserves that red card, Torex. He indeed deserves that red card. In fact, hit him again. Hit him with the second one. Lemon ammonia is not that. That is always how this chat has been. Even though this time we do have tornado warnings in effect. Nothing obviously on the ground, but still. Sheesh, guys. Green apple pine saw. Now, I have never smelled that. Oh no, you are not innocent, Mia. Quit pretending. Quit pretending. You are not innocent. Isaiah, I know what pine saw is. I've just never smelled the green apple flavor. The only one that I knew of back then was the generic one. And then we started getting Fabuloso and those other ones. Houston should be fine. There's nothing wrong with pine saw. Pine saw actually smells good when you use it for its intended purpose. Anything beyond that, I'm like, okay, you're on your own there. Okay, you doing too much. Anyway, but yeah, for Saturday, Houston should be fine. I mean, I can check again, but I don't think Houston has a severe risk at all, actually. And you said it was, what was it, an hour west of the city? Yeah, I think that's just a general. Looks like it's just a general thunderstorm risk. Yeah. CS gas. Yeah, this is struggling with outflow now. You see how that's starting to get that little backward C shape here? Yeah, I think that one's starting to die out now. This one's starting to struggle with rain cooled air too, it looks like. Let's get a better look at it on radar. Probably still a circulation in there, but you gotta watch Isaiah sometimes. He likes to troll in his own right, you know. He's been hanging around Baconator too much. Those two are a wild pair. You put them together. Like they motivate each other to troll. I need to come up with a name for the two of you. Whenever y'all are in chat together. Or in Discord. It's the third one now? Oh, so they backtracked on the tornado warning. Oh wait, no, they extended it. Okay. I mean, it still looked like it had a signature to it, but I get the feeling this is going to downtrend in a little bit. Trolls. How about Shrek and Donkey? That might work. But which one would be Shrek and which one would be Donkey? I'll let contingents answer that one. Because you're... Nah, I'm not gonna say it. I should. It would be funny if I did, but I'm not gonna say it. The fact that you said it like that. The fact that you said it like that, I'm gonna pick you as Shrek, and Baconator's gonna be Donkey. Because we all know what Donkey stands for. We all know what Donkey stands for. Baconator would kill me. He'd be like, what did you say? Or it would just come up with that weird nickname that he gave me like early on in the streaming days. That stupid, long, ridiculous name that I can't even like remember all of. It's like it had something to do with volcanoes and stuff. I was like, wait, what? And this is exactly what I mean, Isaiah, by you've been hanging around him too much, because that's the exact kind of thing he would do. Yes, give him the 3 red. Mia, I want you to remember that you are not a mod, and I do not hold responsibility for anything that my mods do. So if he times you out, that is your fault. I won't let him do anything like exorbitant. This is Tammy, right? And an extra one for the road. That's hilarious. Oh, nice. Glad you found some time to tune in. By the way, Tim. Well, Isaiah's not Baconator in that sense. Like he won't just throw timeouts around. If it was Baconator, Baconator would just get you. You'd just be like, you know what? Screw you, and you, and you. Like if I just let him go on a timeout frenzy, I think he would just take out all of chat just because. Oh yeah, I think and that's the problem. And that's exactly what the problem is. You wouldn't time people out. I would need you to time people out. Give in to the dark side. Give in to the dark side. This rotation's starting to ramp up, by the way. Nice. Yeah, you are about done for the night. Yeah, Isaiah's a little bit more has a little bit more trigger discipline. Has been hotel. What? Do I want to know? Do I want to know? Because there are some things in life that are better left alone. Oh, it's an interesting show. I don't really watch TV that much these days, if I'm being honest. Don't watch it? What is it? Is it crazy? Is it like a horror show or something? Mia, you forget. The channel name is Thai Metalhead Weatherman. I have not shown anything close to the type of metal that I listen to. And no disrespect to Jacob Lazat. I love the work he does on here. But if you knew some of the music that I have listened to over the years, some of the death metal that I've listened to, and pretty much from that point, like any scary movie that I've watched, whether it was It or Pennywise or whatever, it doesn't faze me because I've heard the lyrics like describing everything probably like 1,000 times already. So really at this juncture, there's very little that can scare me. I might check it out. Cussing doesn't bother me. Cussing doesn't bother me, but yeah. You guys don't want to know some of the bands I've listened to. Has Been Hotel. Oh, Beavis and Butthead, classic, man. That is classic. That brings back some memories, man. I remember watching that with my sister, my brother. You're too young to understand it, Mia. Beavis and Butthead was excellence. It was peak comedy. Exactly my point. You're too young. I was a kid when Beavis came out. And you gotta remember, I'm 30. No, I'm not 22. I'm 30. I am 30 years old. I was born in 1994. No. No. The fact that you think I still look like I'm in my 20s, that's a great thing. But no, I'm 30 years old. Yeah, you and Isaiah are freaking babies. But yeah. I'm a 90s baby. I just have the energy of a 22-year-old, I guess. Well, if you age slowly, it's going to be a blessing as you get older. So that's there's a positive to be found in that. It's cool that we have such a varying audience in age. I will say that. Some of you guys are ridiculously young, though. Nice, Tim. I'll be honest, Torex being short isn't that bad. Being tall is definitely not what it's cracked out to be. I can tell you that from experience. So, yeah. Nothing wrong with being a short king. Nothing wrong with that at all. There's nothing wrong with your height, Mia. Nothing wrong with that height. I'm not gonna get into the details with that because that's a little bit too personal. You wish I was 4'11". You wish I was a midget. Shoot, if I was 4'11", my arm would probably be like half my would be like taller than my whole leg. Yeah, I'm 6'6", so I'm pretty daggone tall. I'm pretty daggone tall. I'm like 6'7", or 6'6", not 6'7". Dear God, I hope I don't get to 6'7". Because I had one random growth spurt within the last few years. Yeah, I definitely stand out. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah, I'm super tall. It runs in my family. There was no escaping it either. You're 4'10", Torex? Oh, wow. That'll be alright. I mean, it's alright. Shut up, Isaiah. Torex is a boy. That sucks. I need to go to a chiropractor, like, since you mentioned it, though. Why did you have to say it like that, Isaiah? He is of the male group. Like, why'd you have to say it like that? I could picture your voice almost. A voice that you still haven't shared with any of us on Discord. Good night, Tim. Ooh, 1 hour ride. I can relate. Depending on the traffic from my job to home, it can be. Oh no! Friendly fire. I'm so sorry, Mia. The chat must have moved the second that I clicked the button. I'm so sorry, Mia. That is my fault. That was my fault. Get wrecked, Isaiah. That is your fault, sir. Good night, Tim. You'd have to catch me first. Dang, Torex, you didn't have to. You didn't have to delete the message. That's okay. She had a grievance. She had a proper grievance with me. I made a mistake. She had a proper grievance. So yeah, you'd have to catch me first. No, it's not necessarily that I'd run fast from you. You would just never be able to hit me. Trust me. Tall, maybe, but I'm light on my feet. Nah, I'm not staying up that late now. Alright, so, okay. Here's what I think I'm gonna do. What I'm thinking that I'm going to do is I'm gonna go back over what I'm gonna rehash what we were talking about before the tornado warnings got issued. And then we'll probably call it a night here. Why did it go red Sharpie? I mean, I was always expecting it to go red Sharpie. I mean, I was honestly shocked that it didn't happen yesterday even. I mean, I've been watching these parameters for about a week. Everything seemed pretty consistent, so I felt like it was at least going to go moderate. I don't think we're going pink or anything like that. Then again, you never know. Okay. I don't know. I don't know at all why that happened. YouTube's on some weird stuff right now. I'll say that much. This looks like it just went outflow dominant completely now. Storm just said, I am done. And it just exhaled a deep breath of rain cooled air. That's pretty much what it does when it goes outflow dominant. Yeah, there's a lot of prefrontal convergence that happens, and then there's also the chance of embedded supercells to go with it. Good night, Christine. Thank you again. Hope to see you tomorrow. I'm not a selfie guy. Maybe I'll take a selfie and post it onto members tomorrow of myself at work. Or maybe I'll take like a little sneaky video and show what life is like on the job. How did you get really unlucky on Saturday? I would actually say that you got lucky. I thought about doing that today, but I was bummed out because my laptop giving out. I do landscape aeration. Yeah, so what, landscaping? There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you get far enough into the business, there's great opportunity to make money. Nothing wrong with that, Emmanuel. You know what the funniest thing about all this was? We actually had written the obituary on this storm system for tonight. Okay. I think you have a promising future in the weather, though, Torex. But yeah, but here's the funny thing I was mentioning earlier, though, Emmanuel. We were pretty much writing the obituary on this storm system, how Daniel Cormier was writing the obituary for Leon Edwards right before the headshot dead knockout for Kamaru Usman. Start doing the discussion for the severe weather setup tomorrow, and all of a sudden 2 tornado warnings pop up in my feed. Yeah, gonna be busy for both of us. Do you watch UFC, by the way? Do I have anybody that watches UFC in chat? Yeah, I figured you weren't. MMA doesn't really seem like anything that interests you like that. All right, we got Ray in there. Ray watches. Yeah, I like some sports. So, yeah, I can't lie. Sometimes I do have like a little separate screen, and that's the other reason why I liked having my laptop. Just because I would have NASCAR off to the side, so I'd be watching the NASCAR race. I'd be like, oh, so that's who's in the lead. Oh, okay. Yeah, I watch for certain fighters. Like I like Alex Pereira, Israel Adesanya, Kamaru Usman, of course. I was super bummed when he got knocked out. By the way, that freaking sucked. Hmm. Yeah, no signature for Debris still. Oh, I've heard of Megan Anderson. I don't think I've ever watched any of her fights, or at least I don't remember. Who, Connor or Ian? Oh, Sean? Is it Sean? No, it's not Sean Strickland. Oh, Sean O'Malley. I don't think Sean's Irish. Sean's alright. I like him. He's cool. But yeah, I don't think Sean's Irish. That kind of threw me off for a minute. I was like, wait, what? Irish guy. And then I read Sean. I was like, wait, who, Connor? Nah, I think, is he Irish? I have to look that up. Yeah, Sean O'Malley, though. Yeah, I like him. Yeah, I don't think Sean's Irish. Yeah, I don't think Sean's Irish. Yeah, I thought he wasn't Irish. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, it kind of had me thrown off for a minute. The only two Irish people that I know of as of late, it's Conor McGregor and Ian Gary. Those are the only two that are like big names. I don't think Conor's going back to the octagon though. I think that Ian Gary is okay. Somewhat overrated. He has to show me a little bit more. Alright, so we're down to one tornado warning now. Yeah, Connor's finished, man. He had a great career, and he even says himself that he's happy with what he's accomplished. And he has every right to be happy with that. It should be enough. That's my take on it, though. Yeah, he had a great career. If I were to say so myself. Yeah, it looks like this storm's weakening too. Alright, so as far as Oklahoma is concerned, we were right in writing that obituary. But we had a couple sneaky little storms try to come along here. But it looks like these storms are staying weak for right now. But yeah, what I think I'm going to do now is I think we're going to switch back to discussion mode. And then we're going to call it a night so we can prepare for tomorrow. But yeah, if I had enough people that were into sports, I'd make a sports section on Discord. I originally had one, but no one really talked about sports on there, so I ended up deleting it. Yep, that's what I said from the very beginning. Make it? Oh, you do. So you do watch sports. Okay. Oh. Let's type in !Discord. It'll give you a link right to our server. We talk weather on there and just pretty much everything, really. Just about everything. Yeah, yep, there it is. The little Streamlabs bot right here with that link. That should lead you straight to the server. Every once in a while we'll have like weather discussions too. Oh, they got an NHL team. I didn't know about that. Man, I stopped watching NHL after we lost our team in Atlanta. I actually did go to a couple of Thrashers game at Phillips Arena. Well, back when it was called Phillips Arena. Now it's called State Farm. You already in it? Oh man. Yeah, you gotta check that out every once in a while. We talk all kinds of stuff. We talk about all kinds of stuff in there. We aren't always active, but if the topic's interesting enough, we'll kind of dive in. But yeah, I think I'm gonna the Arizona Coyotes moved. I don't even think I remember the Coyotes. Yeah, I know the Jazz weren't doing good this year. Yeah, I heard about the Jazz. Yeah, I didn't know they had a hockey team now. That's awesome. Oh, but yeah, definitely pop up in there every once in a while if you can. Every once in a while, we'll do weather discussions on there too when time permits. Yeah, I remember there was an era where you guys were really good. Wait, what? Is that is that this storm? Oh. So it was confirmed by weather spotters. Wow. Alright, so we got our first confirmed tornado of the night in Kansas, surprisingly. This was located 8 miles southwest of Brookville, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is confirmed by weather spotters. This is a confirmed tornado here. I don't know if they labeled it as PDS on my screen. It hasn't come in yet, if it has. But yeah, this is indeed a confirmed tornado either way. There's a considerable threat with this in regards to damage. It's right up in here where we're looking right now. Rotation isn't the most impressive thing I've seen. I'm trying to see which radar site is closer so we can get a better signature. Oh, the Mavs betrayed you, so you're bandwagoning OKC. Fair enough, fair enough. I'd love to see OKC win something if anyways. So I would have no issue with that. I just wish my Houston Texans, man, would do something. Please. I just don't like the fact that our offensive line was so bad after all the money we put in last year. And then to follow up, we end up cutting all of those guys this year. And I'm really not feeling too great about the line that we got. I mean, there's a couple of guys that have a decent pedigree. And I share the same sentiment for the Colts. We're cool otherwise until football season. Once it starts, you and me got beef. I always have liked the Texans. I liked the Texans since like 2010, 2011, right around the time where they got J.J. Watt. But yeah, anytime that y'all lose, I'll be coming for you in Discord. Just know that. I'll be looking directly for you. But yeah, I don't know what to make of this year. I don't think it's. I don't know if this is actually PDS. Yeah, now it's the other way around, especially when you got swept last year. You got swept. It is PDS? Yeah, I don't know why it's PDS. It's just labeled as confirmed. Oh, you're a Cowboys fan, Ray? Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah. That's what you always say when it doesn't go the way you want. Yeah, really. I agree with you on that one, Manuel. Could never be a Cowboys fan. I don't blame you. But yeah, a lot of people hate the Cowboys because of their fan base, truthfully. They talk about this and that. C. Hanks. Hi, Tammy. Uh oh. Yeah, that was great. Watching that Super Bowl was amazing. But yeah, Cowboys, or as they're actually supposed to be called, Cowgirls. Yeah, no, we don't. Yeah, it was a solid show. A solid halftime show. Wasn't like the most dazzling performance, but there was a lot of hidden meanings into that. But anyway, geez, Isaiah. Anyway, though, in regards to, yeah, I don't know why they have a PDS on this. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm trying to kind of downplay that. It's a nice little inflow notch. That's about it. Oh. Well, Torex, you didn't miss anything. It was just pretty much a beating from start to finish. I loved it, though, me personally. Yeah, you're good. It was just a person, like, it was just really a big beat down from start to finish. I guess this storm just really wanted the spotlight so bad, or SPC, or wanted the storm to have the spotlight. Not even SPC, but just, I don't know if this is Wichita or this is Topeka's jurisdiction at this point. Kendrick has a lot of hidden meanings in his song that sometimes will go past people. So some people are gonna have. So I anticipate people having different reactions to him. But yeah, Kendrick did some crazy stuff in the Super Bowl though, in regards to you know who. I'm not gonna say his name because I don't want to get sued. Anyway, anyway though, what was I gonna say? Frank. Yeah, I guess we'll call him Frank. But yeah, he did old boy dirty during that performance. So it was really something to behold. But anyways, I guess we need to Say, Frank, I hear you like I'm young. Yeah, that was insane. Just to look in the camera was crazy. What got me was the camera look. Say, Frank, I hear you like I'm young. That was insane. But yeah, I was happy to see Jalen Hurts get that win, though. I was. Yeah, that camera look, I was like, nah. Nah. That's just evil. That is evil work right there, man. The game, the success that Philly had on defense was unheard of. Nah, it was not back and forth at all. That was not back and forth at all. That was just one sided. Like, if you compare the defenses, yep, we're still looking at it, or where it was, I should say. It's radar indicated now, but we're still watching it. On velocity, it's not looking all that impressive. If I'm being completely honest, I don't know why that had a PDS warning with it. I mean, yeah, I could see the debris signature, but no, it was spotted. That's not what I'm saying. But I was hearing that this had a PDS warning, like this was like a strong to violent tornado. And I've not really seen a velocity that kind of matches with that. I'm kind of curious as to why that was. So I've looked through loops here and there, and I just haven't really seen anything. It's not on the ground now, that's for sure. Come on now. Yeah, I haven't really. Yeah, like I said, I just haven't really seen haven't really seen anything there that will lead me to think that this is anything strong to violent. No, it was a confirmed tornado on the ground. Spotters confirmed it. They called it in. That's not what I'm saying. I don't know if this was violent or strong, per se, or at least not on radar. I think it was just maybe somebody was tired or really excited, perhaps, in Wichita or maybe Topeka, whichever weather station. Once they got the call, they went ahead and just went straight to PDS. I don't know. Just kind of confused, I guess. So here's a situation though. Gotta go to bed by midnight. We got a lot of weather to cover in the discussion here, not just for tomorrow, but in the days ahead. Because this stretch has been ridiculous, and there's still maybe more days beyond Wednesday here. So even days beyond Sunday. So we are gonna talk about that before I end the stream tonight. So as much as I want to just focus on this one storm, we gotta finish this. We gotta finish the stream out correctly and go on from there. So let's go ahead and put this. Let's go ahead and put not. Yeah, I'm still getting used to this. We're still gonna put weather-wise up here, but we're gonna move it to the bottom left corner of the screen here. Feel free to send me a link to that feed if you could, Torex. Okay, nice, nice. What? What? Where did? Hang on a second. Come on now. Back to site. Come on. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Alright, I'll get that set up real quick then. My luck with the Kansas DOT isn't awful. So, I should have probably tried to look that up. Where is it? Right here. Yeah. Yeah, y'all are gonna have to point that out to me so that way I can find it too. Get a red card just for finding it. Why? I mean, Isaiah does do a lot of stuff that warrants a red card, but, you know, I don't know if that one is one of them. I don't do nothing. Red card times 60. Sheesh. You just really like those red cards. Well, alright. I think, okay, so it's still our only tornado warning. We're going to keep this zoomed in pretty tight as it's crossing 135 here. Alright, so let's go ahead and get into this discussion here. So I am going to have to go to bed soon, as much as I hate to do it. I just added it to the wrong tab. I'm gonna have to fix this real quick. I made a mistake. Selena might be down again. I actually got a camera over there. Let me see if I can fix it this real quick and hurry up so that we can get back to the discussion side of things. Come on. Work with me here. Salina. I know how to pronounce it. I'm starting to get tired, I think. We're at 3 hours. Alright, let's try that again. There we go. We got that fixed. Salina. I'm just tired, dude. I'm tired, I'm gonna be honest. Salina. It's the I in there where you... It's the I in there. I don't know what I was doing there. Like I said, a little drowsy. Alright, now, there was no need to do that. Okay, well, you know what? I'll let it slide. It is what it is. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this now. Nah, it's fine, Baconator. I'll let it slide because it wasn't anything bad. It was funny, actually. Okay, so screen just refreshed. This is what our risk is looking like for Tuesday, or Wednesday, excuse me. Yeah, fatigue's hitting. Got the red Sharpie, so anyone that is a member, you feel free to spam if you can. You can't, you should become a member. I'm just kidding. But all tomfoolery aside, this is not a day to mess with here. We have a 15% hatch risk area for tornadoes, some of which could be very strong here, especially over towards the Quad State region once again. We just went over this area being involved in a severe threat for Sunday, and it was a very similar look, but this threat is actually a little bit higher. We do have a pretty large 10% area that stretches all the way into the Ohio Valley. We even have Indianapolis itself in there as well. There's many other large population centers. We have Louisville in there. We have Nashville. We have Shreveport to go along with that. Even St. Louis has a heightened threat for tornadoes, some of which could also be strong. So we have the 5% area, which is stretching all the way into central parts of Tennessee, eastern parts of Kentucky, pretty much the rest of the state of Ohio, minus the far southeastern portion. And then anywhere that you see the brown, we still have a pretty considerable risk for tornadoes. Even the areas in the green, you still have to be watchful of too. Wind and hail threats are slightly lower than the tornado threat, but still prominent in its own right. So, got to be on the lookout for a little bit of everything. Okay, so now we've talked about that, let's go ahead and look at the parameters again. So here is what we have going right now in regards to the threat. So this is our troublemaker right here. Really well wrapped up upper level trough right here. Got a really powerful jet streak here, so the winds across this entire corridor are going to be ridiculously strong. Oh, thanks for becoming a member, by the way, Renita. Yeah, Isaiah, you are not wrong, because even after this, there's plenty more to discuss. Guess I could add another emoji now, huh? I think that might put us at 10. If we're at 10 members, then I guess I have to add another emoji. I was gonna try to add the thunder snow one, but I gotta make a better one. The last one I did was just kind of trash. As far as tomorrow's concerned, though, storm initiation could be about maybe 6, 7 o'clock Central Time, and really kind of ramp up as we get past sunset here. So between 8 or 9 Central is the time frame in which I think we would have the most intense weather. Of course, we will be live to cover that. Then on Friday, we have another severe event to cover. Just a little bit further up towards the north. This is again for the Ohio Valley, so we're gonna have to pay some extra close attention towards these regions, especially over towards the Quad States and also over towards the southern parts of the Ohio Valley. And not only will we have a severe threat, we will also have a very notable flooding threat. In fact, if I go back to weather-wise here, I look towards the right of where our tornado warning is, you can see these areas in the green. Those are flash flood watches that are already in effect, even though it hasn't gone, even though like we haven't had anything come through just yet over here. So that just shows you just what the trend is going to be like over this area over the next few days. Yeah, I bet you do hate Ohio. Well, get over it. I mean, this is the Ohio Valley region. It's got its own tornado it's got its own tornado alley corridor as well, so have to give her its respect. Yeah, you got 7 inches of rain coming in. You technically fall under the Midwest. Southern parts of Ohio heading into northern Kentucky, into northern Tennessee, that's the Ohio Valley. Hate to tell you. You can look it up if you want. So here's further signs of that storm initiation here. So about 6, again, I would say somewhere between 5-7 o'clock central is whenever we would expect initiation to occur here. Gosh, I hate that quad state regions, state borders. Always think that there's shortwave popping up here. Here's said shortwave really starting to amplify here as we get towards the evening hours here. India is technically considered Ohio Valley. Well, yeah, it's close. I think there is a slight increase in elevation, but that's over towards the Miami, Ohio Valley. It's kind of messy how all that works. Honestly, it is, but I'm not gonna hate on it. It is what it is. Dang, they issued a 3rd polygon for this thing. Can they just let the first one expire now? I think Selena might be down again too, by the way, folks. Yep, they called it down again. So this is another confirmed tornado reported. This was about 8 minutes ago, west of Salina. So we're going to be looking at Solomon, Manchester, Abilene, Niles, Tamaj, and Enterprise being impacted by this storm in just a little bit here. Yeah, I saw the CC as well. All right, let's keep the discussion moving. I hate to do it, but I gotta get this done. All right, next parameter we're looking at, of course, our low-level jet. This is looking at the potential for, or this is looking at the strength of our low-level winds tomorrow. It's an important factor when it comes to tornado development here. And by the time we start to get into the late evening, that's time where we see that storm initiation occur. We're already seeing low-level jet winds around 60 knots plus, so we're getting up to about 70 miles an hour pretty easily. So pretty dangerous environment as we get towards sunset and beyond here. So pretty lengthy stream ahead for tomorrow for sure. One that could last into midnight, and depending on how significant, we could even go further than that. As far as our warm sector is concerned for tomorrow, there really is no concern with that because the warm sector goes all the way up into even Michigan by the time we get storm initiation to occur here. So we could theoretically see severe weather from over towards Detroit and Chicago all the way back down towards the Mississippi Delta. So it could be a pretty widespread event here, but again, the greatest tornado potential seems to be within the quad state corridor here. So anywhere from Arkansas, northern Mississippi, into Tennessee, over towards southeastern parts of Missouri, west Kentucky, southern parts of Illinois, southern parts of Indiana. These are the areas that we're going to be watching the closest. Not to say that any area within this warm sector couldn't get severe weather. Excuse me, had a little hiccup there. Looking at our instability for tomorrow. The environment's pretty prime once again. Even tonight's environment still is pretty solid. There's still a decent bit of instability left over, so these storms are still going to have plenty of vigor even as we get into the overnight and early morning hours. And then here, look at our instability already building towards this region as we get early into the day. This region towards the Mississippi Delta is where we've had the highest CAPE so far at the surface. We're at about 3,000 joules per kilogram. To put in perspective for you, a little under 1,000 would be enough for supercell development and even tornadoes who are just going off CAPE alone. So plenty of energy here. I'm gonna actually go ahead and click a sounding on this, and oh wow, the wind profile with this is really impressive. So this southern mode over here towards Arkansas and Mississippi needs to be watched very, very closely. This is that area that we were talking about beforehand here. It's a very good environment overall. Lapse rates are kind of subpar-ish. Contamination doesn't always matter, Torex. That's one thing that I've learned. People make a big deal about that, but in reality, I've seen these same contaminated soundings still verify, so can't get too wrapped up in it. The dry line in North Texas tonight. Yes, you do have the dry line, but the cap is going to help keep you safe. There is a capping inversion over this area and over towards Oklahoma. Originally, as far as the tornado threat was concerned, it was supposed to happen there earlier. Oh, tomorrow? You're going to have plenty of energy over there, but I think it's going to be a pretty similar deal for the most part. Your threat might be earlier in the day, but I would say your threat leans more towards damaging winds and hail. If you look at the setup, this is kind of what you got. Do have an enhanced risk now, stretches into Dallas, but like I said, the main threat really leans towards hail more than anything. Your storms are more than likely going to be elevated, so probably a lot of hail, a lot of lightning would be expected too as a result. Like I said, you got a lot of energy over towards that area still. Yeah, that moderate risk is all a tornado driven risk right now. But yeah, over here towards this region here, you still got about 3,000 joules of CAPE. Like I said, if those low level winds were stronger, maybe we'd be talking about something tornadic. But with that weak low level shear, I'm leaning more towards a hail threat for you. Especially that mid-level shear being kind of weak, but the shear towards the upper levels is pretty strong. Just a second, Isaiah. Let me go back to the time frame where it would affect you. Alright, so this is peak instability towards your area. Here you go, Isaiah. You're a tad bit on the elevated side, though. And there's a little bit of inhibition at the surface, but if I were to go a couple frames further, oh, Isaiah? Some contamination, but here you go. Look at how that goes right up that y-axis. That's ominous. I've seen that many a times, and usually that is nasty. Contamination could be a factor with this one, but especially with the fact that the dew point actually does overlap with the temp. Oh wow. Feel free to share that on Discord. Probably look at it after the stream. Okay, come on now. You might want to watch out on Thursday, if anything, over towards your area, Ray. Seems like it picks back up. There is a slight risk issued for that area, I think, as well. Might be areas further off towards the north and east, though. But either way, a lot of energy left over, too. Although I would expect this event to be a bit more on the linear side. Decent low-level jet, though, right around that time frame, though, as well. Let's go ahead and actually look at the SigTor parameters. I'm thinking peak time for SigTor is going to be probably 02Z here. I'm going to hone in on this area. Yep, nailed it. SigTor numbers were high with this, but this looks like trash. Yeah, storm relative velocity is insane with this one. And Baconator can hush. How about that? There's some ridiculous numbers on this. Yeah, tomorrow looks like it has all the makings of a pretty long night. Yeah, we'll be here a lot too, so. Yeah, those M's are never good. Never good news. Here's another PDS Tor sounding. Just seems like that's all we're going to be finding here. Here's one that's not an M, but one that's still pretty crazy in its own right. 0 to 1 shear of 47. Wow. Just shows how intense that environment actually is. Yeah, the rest of this week looks like a huge problem in its own right. Alright, let's get a final look at the radar here, and then we're going to go take a look at the rest of the week. Going to go over each of the details as best as I can, as quickly as I can. I think there was a lot of inhibition more towards the surface, I think. Because I remember when I was looking at the setup for this last night on my phone, I saw a lot of inhibition, particularly at the surface. Especially that 0 to 1 range. Well, not 0 to 1, 0 to 3 range. Especially about 1.5 meters to 1 to 2 kilometers up, I mean. So it was kind of one of those things where I was like, if that breaks, it's going to be a problem, but it just didn't. And I think that LFC and LCL being so high was part of the reason why it didn't. It was kind of our warning sign that over towards Oklahoma it was going to fail. It's surprising that we got what we got in Kansas. Wow. Oh, wow. Look at this picture right here. You can literally see nothing but supercells right here. And looking at the FV3 would probably be even crazier. And then you see embedded supercells along the line as well. So yeah, this you could easily stream. I can easily stream this into midnight, maybe even a little bit beyond. And then here's the next day. Another strong line of storms here. Storms also training over the same areas here, so flooding is going to be ridiculous as a result from this too. Alright, let's go ahead and look at GFS now. Oops, not quite what I wanted to do there. Ah, shoot. 0Z's loading now. I want to stay up later, but I can't. I gotta go to bed soon. I hate to give you guys outdated data, but daggone it, man. I hate this. Tell you guys what I will do. I'm still gonna go over 18Z. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and try and make a video in the morning if it's at all possible. If I can do that, then we'll of course do the regular stream at, I'm still trying to figure out the time frame, but it's gonna probably be about 7 o'clock Eastern. Because keep in mind I live in the Eastern time zone. So somewhere between 6 and 8 would be my start time. And we just kind of go on from there. But I'm going to go ahead and still go over this with the data that I do have available. Because one thing about it is I don't want to give you guys, if I do like a forecast video, I don't want to give you guys out of date info. I want to give you the latest and greatest that is at my disposal. But I hate getting caught in this time frame because this is what I call the monocusp. It's where you get to that point where you transition from one set of models and one set of data plot into a new one. And if anything changes significantly between the two, then the forecast that I gave you basically is kaput. And it sucks whenever that happens. It's a gamble sometimes, you know? And it's especially bad whenever you go into daylight savings time. Alright. All that aside, though, we've gone through Wednesday. This is Thursday right here. So we see that big storm system right here heading out. This is also going to cause some notable winter weather over towards Minnesota. Then after that point, this is where we see our new area development right here. It's this southern mode here around the Midwest and the Ohio Valley where we see our severe storm potential return once more. This is where our flood threat also begins to increase here. You can see these little blotches right here. Those are signs of diffluence. That air is kind of spreading apart. That's usually a sign of our thunderstorm development. Air rushes in and then the air rushes out. Then on Friday, you see a very similar look for a very similar area coming into play again. We'll take a look at the WPC outlooks, the Weather Prediction Center, because the risk for flooding is pretty high. There's moderate risks that are in effect, I would go as far as to say right now even. We do have another slight risk on Saturday, and you can see, unfortunately, it is almost a carbon copy of what you could see on Thursday and Friday here. And it's not till Sunday where this pattern finally ends mercifully. And then this is when we start to see that shift in the weather here, where we start to see cold air come into play for the rest of the eastern half of the Mississippi here. So we'll go to 700 here. Get a look at our short waves for Thursday and beyond here. We already know the deal's Wednesday because we just went over it in pretty good detail. But these storms look like they could fire during mid part of the afternoon at this point, over towards the areas we had forementioned earlier. And it kind of just looks like the same thing over and over with each day. I do think there's going to be some days still amongst these, amongst the severe weather days, or, wow, the wording of that was horrible. There are going to be some days amongst this bunch that could still have increased potential for maybe some tornadoes and damaging winds, but I really think flooding might end up stealing the show here, if I'm being truthful. We're about to check that out right now by looking at our low-level jet to go with it. So if you're over here, over here towards the Midwest, in the lower Ohio Valley, even the Tennessee Valley, you're going to need to make sure that you are watching your weather very closely, because you got 4 hazards you need to be on the lookout for. There's potential for flooding, there's potential for severe weather, hail, wind, tornadoes, etc. So, long rest of the week ahead here. I think our tornado warning also has been allowed to expire finally. No, not yet. It's still there. Well, they have dropped it off to radar indicated rotation, by the way. Brother. Did look stronger a few scans ago. I'll put it in a loop and check that out. Alright, so obviously we know the score was Wednesday, so we're not even going to pay attention to that at this point now. We already talked about it. Heading into Thursday, it looks like we could get somewhat of a break here in regards to our tornado threat. There may still be a small corridor where they would still be possible over here. Southern Ohio Valley seems to be the point of interest, maybe even the extreme southeastern corner of the Midwest. Yeah, I still see something there. It's not all that great. Yep, there it was earlier. It's still trying. It's still trying to keep itself together. It has the instability to do it. Alright, back to the discussion here. Yeah, I've been seeing all of that. I wouldn't be surprised if your area ends up under a high risk, Tammy. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they get a high risk for flash flooding. Tornado threat's a little different, but yeah, flash flooding looks like it's going to be a huge problem. Like, looking at the QPFs on here, it's going to be surreal. Might need to watch Saturday, though. Right along that boundary right there, especially as we get into the early afternoon, that little pocket where we get up to about 60 to 70 knots of low-level jet, that's going to have to be watched real closely. That could be a sleeper tornado threat there if other parameters are coming together across that region. Thankfully, it's all over by Sunday. Okay. And you can actually see exactly where that boundary kind of sets up. You can see that little tiny moisture gradient right here, and it just kind of flows along the boundary here. Comes up from the Gulf, and then just kind of shifts off to the north and east. And then just day after day, we just keep getting resurgence after resurgence over the same area over and over. All the way up until this finally clears out. So, abundant warm sector, decent wind profiles, especially on Thursday and Saturday. Friday is kind of subpar, but still needs to be monitored, I would say at this point. Let's go with the rest of the severe weather parameters, and then we're gonna unpack that QPF and then the outlook from the WPC. Look at that. It's Wednesday. There's Thursday, and look at that. Right along that corridor, just north of the delta, seems to be the point of interest. Like I said, the low-level jet isn't bad over towards this region. It's not incredible. It's nothing like what we're seeing Wednesday. But this definitely warrants its fair share of attention, too. We could get tornadoes out of this as well. But yeah, heavy rain definitely seems like it's going to be the main threat. Shift off slightly to the west here, but we still get plenty of instability, large part due to that warm sector. Kind of a similar look, too. Go to the next frame here. See if this verifies. You get that uptrend in low-level jet. If the lapse rates were a little bit steeper, then that would definitely verify as a dangerous tornado threat, even a strong tornado threat possibly with the amount of energy available. So a lot, and I mean an awful lot to keep track of here. Saturday is the day with the least amount of energy but the best kinematics. Even so, we're still getting 2,000 to 2,500 plus on the Cape here. So everything coming together here. If we could get the lapse rates to be steeper, it's kind of a similar deal as to what we saw on the previous day. Tornado threat would be more prominent. And I tell you, this seems like a really long 96-hour stretch of severe weather is ahead here, along with our flood threat to go with it. And the rain totals that we end up getting from this are insane. Some of these areas could easily, and I mean easily, end up seeing as much as up to a foot, if not greater, and locally higher totals would also be possible at this point. If I do my model comparison here, take a look at all of this. Euro's pretty aggressive too. See plenty of areas reaching about 10 inches plus. Some areas even getting up to about 15 possibly, up towards Arkansas in particular. Right over here towards the Mississippi Delta areas up towards the north seem like they're going to be the ones that are hit the hardest here. And really just doesn't matter which weather model we're looking at here at this point. Everything's in really good agreement with this as a whole. Alright. So now, here we go. Alright, so here's day 2. We already have a moderate risk in effect. And there's our high risk on day 3. Let's finish this out by actually going to the website here, looking at the ERO. We already know about our high risk on day 3. They already have a day 4 moderate as well. This is kind of shifted back a little bit towards the west, so we're looking at parts of northwest Arkansas. We have southeastern parts of Missouri in there as well. And I do expect this area to kind of expand off to the east to go with it. And then day 5, there we go. There it is again. So like I said, ridiculous stretch of weather ahead here. A lot of stuff to talk about, a lot of ground to cover. So we might be here for all 5 days, honestly. So hopefully these streams don't lose too much importance to you guys, because we're going to be covering a lot of ground here. Anyways, though, we're going to take one more look at our current tornado warning, because I'm going to have to go to bed in the next little bit here in order to get ready for work. Let's stop this loop real quick. It's back to radar indicated. Storm. So this storm, as of now, is located over Tamagi. This is or Talmaje, moving northeast at 40. This also has the capability of producing ping pong ball sized hail. This also will be heading into Manchester here. This is radar indicated rotation. The storm does have a history of producing tornadoes. It has a good velocity signature, and this will be probably heading into Buckeye and Wakefield before long. Wakefield in particular needs to watch out, and anyone along US 77 here. I wish I could cover this longer, but I'm going to have to go to bed soon. To anyone that is concerned, this is going to miss Topeka. This is going to miss Lawrence. So you guys, I know there's a few of you in the chat there. You guys are safe in regards to this storm here. So nothing for you to worry about there. Do have other severe thunderstorm warnings, but those are going to be coming in late tonight where the tornado threat begins to drop out. It's probably going to come in late, Almer. But outside of... then that was a confirmed report of a tornado. Spotters confirmed it. But in any case, though, I'm going to go to bed, guys. I got to go to work in, well, just about 6 hours. So a little less sleep than that. Hopefully I can get a little something in. Well, I probably would be live right after you get home from school. The greatest severe threat is north of the Mississippi Delta, along with the flood threat. You would have to worry, if there was anything to worry about, it would just be some heavy rain off to the south. There is still chances that you will get severe weather tomorrow, but after that point, the threat drops off. But anyway, guys, all of you have a wonderful night. Take care of each other, and I will see you tomorrow. Well, in 2 minutes, that technically will be today.